It's nothing to deny. Blown up because echoes through the halls. You keep sleeping on the couch just to prove the point. I'm too proud to tell you when I'm wrong. Arguments spinning in circles, we're fighting for days, stuck in a phase. I think we're losing the reason. One word is all it takes, babe. Bursting out in cold flames. Breathing, we are catching fire. Thought that we were wiser. Go and light the match, babe. Miss out on the good days. Breathing, we are catching fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Silent treatment ain't no cure, just making it harder. Keep on acting busy on your phone. I just wanna feel your touch, baby, can we stop this? Don't you wanna hold me anymore? Arguments spinning in circles, we're fighting for days, stuck in a phase. I think we're losing the reason. One word is all it takes, babe. Bursting out in cold flames. Breathing, we are catching fire. Thought that we were wiser. Go and light the match, babe. Miss out on the good days. Breathing, we are catching fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Ooh, go and light the match, babe. Miss out on the good days. We're catching fire. One word is all it takes, babe. Bursting out in cold flames. Breathing, we are catching fire. Thought that we were wiser. Go and light the match, babe. Miss out on the good days. Breathing, we are catching fire. Fire, 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 fire. We've been acting out for days, nothing to deny. Blown up because echoes through the halls. You keep sleeping on the couch just to prove the point. I'm too proud to tell you when I'm wrong. Arguments spinning in circles, we're fighting for days, stuck in a phase. I think we're losing the reason. One word is all it takes, babe. Bursting out in cold flames. Breathing, we are catching fire. Thought that we were wiser. Go and light the match, babe. Miss out on the good days. Breathing, we are catching fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. Silent treatment ain't no cure, just making it harder. Keep on acting busy on your phone. I just wanna feel your touch, baby, can we stop this? Don't you wanna hold me anymore? Arguments spinning in circles, we're fighting for days, stuck in a phase. I think we're losing the reason. One word is all it takes, babe. Bursting out in cold flames. Breathing, we are catching fire. Thought that we were wiser. Go and light the match, babe. Miss out on the good days. Breathing, we are catching fire. Fire, fire. Fire, fire.
Good morning, everybody. How is everybody's week? Let me know what your favorite for this Friday is. And you thought of the new intro. I thought it'd be kind of, cool, get us some music to kind of help wake us up. And it was kind of maybe a fun way to count down. So just let me know how you're doing, please. And other news, we're still hot here. But my favorite thing for Friday actually is going to be electricity. And here is why. You know from last week that we submitted a request to get our AC fixed. The earliest that they say they're able to come out is initially they said July 12th. It's now been bumped to July 13th. So we got a whole bunch of fans and stuff. And my in laws are so incredible. They got us some of those. What do they call those? You hook them up to the window and stuff, but they've got wheels and they're AC units, right? So we got all of those hooked up and we got some cool air pumping in. Unbeknownst to us, they're a huge amp suck. So unfortunately, our electricity went out on the evening of the 4th of July. So it was like literally almost 90 degrees inside our house. It was pitch black, no fans, no electricity. So no TV, no ceiling fans, no plugging in your phones, nothing. So my husband, God love him, gets on the phone and he's trying to call several places. And finally, thank the Lord, we had somebody that called us back. So if you're in Indianapolis area, make sure to hit up True Electric and use them, or at least give them a nice shout out online, because they called us back and it was literally like 12:30 in the morning whenever we finally got them to call us back. And that they were the only ones, by the way, of the 7 to reply back. And God love him. He was like, yep, I'll be out there at 8 a.m. And sure enough, they were, because he's like, I totally get it. Your family's like hot. And remember, we have an axolotl in my kids' room. Axolotls can't be hotter than 68 degrees. And what did I say our house was? So my husband, again, love him, ran to different stores and grocery stores and stuff and gas stations, got like 20 bags of ice, put them in a bunch of coolers, and we all just took shifts because every hour we had to switch out 2 bags of ice into his tank just to try to keep it below 70. So the poor thing didn't die. But by 8 a.m., the guy came out and he fixed the electricity. We got power again. We're super happy about that. And we've scheduled upping up our amp into like 200, I think, is going to be where we're going next. So highly recommend you guys make sure you have enough amp in your house before you do portable AC units. So needless to say, we can now limp along until the 13th without being super duper miserable, because I'm here to tell you 75 degrees is way better than the 85 that we had been living in. And having power is like best of all. So that was our little adventure. How was your 4th of July? Oh, hey, honey, I was just talking about you and how awesome you are. Oh my gosh, you were such a hero. And good, I'm glad the intro came across well. Good morning, Sushi. How are you? And good afternoon, in case it's not morning, but afternoon. Hi, Amy. Good morning. Yeah, thankfully less hot than it was last week, even, and definitely less hot than it was on the 5th, which incidentally was also my husband's birthday. So talk about happy birthday to my love. Good morning. And the intro music was fun. Good. Oh, I'm glad you guys like it then, because that was fun. Being married to IT definitely has its benefits. We can play around with things like that. Yes, now it's completely manageable for the next, whatever, 7, 8 days until they get here. And no, it's not fun. Oh, but you had fun. Good. And not being dramatic can be wonderful, right? Like, we love drama on our TV and our books, but please, in real life, can we just have boring and normal? But I'm glad you had a good 4th. Did you set off some fireworks? Good morning, Amanda. Glad you're here. Good morning, Annie. Good afternoon for you. Oh, I'm so glad to see everybody here. And there's Stevie climbing on the chair. So yeah, he's 1,000% kitten. What are you going to do? So yeah, now let me know some of your favorites. And then just want a reminder, because some people like to go, like, can't make it live, we'll come back and rewatch. So I want to make sure you get the most important info. July 19th, I'm doing a drawing for 250 subscribers. So yay, 250. Make sure that you have your profiles public, or you're at least commenting on videos and things so I can see you and make sure that your name is in that drawing. Because if you're here, I definitely want to celebrate with you when I draw those names. And like I said last week, I'm going to be drawing more than 5 this time. So I still have a whole bunch of stuff to get rid of. Look at that shelf. Nothing but beautiful edition books. I don't put the uglies over there. These are the sprayed stencil edges signed by authors, a letter from the author. These are really good books. So I want to make sure they get to a new home. National Day is the 14th of July in France. Ooh, how are you going to be celebrating that day? You guys going to do some fireworks kind of thing and food and just good times? Like, what do you normally do? Picnics? My life motto is, I worked really hard to make my life this boring. Amen, Amy. I love that. Like the simple things. Went and watched fireworks by the lake. Oh, that sounds so beautiful, especially since you can see the reflection of the fireworks. So you'll have it on the top and off of the lake. That sounds amazing. I love that. I love hearing everybody having a good, relaxing time. We've got about 4 minutes, and then we'll be starting on our first sprints. So in the news, I actually heard an interesting little tidbit here on my podcast news, and it was talking about there's a new drug out that's going to be helping with Alzheimer's. I am so excited about that. Alzheimer's runs in my family. Sometimes it skips generations, but it's definitely there. And so this really makes me excited. Now, they said it won't reverse it, but if you get diagnosed with Alzheimer's early and start this medication, it's been proving in studies to actually slow the progression. So you get literally years back that you wouldn't have had otherwise. The drug itself, so you can look up more info on it. I'm going to spell it for you. You know, I can't pronounce anything like authors' names and stuff. It's Leqembi, Leqembi. And they have, of course, the drug name for it that isn't the most expensive, but that's the brand name that they talked about on the podcast. So I just thought, that's incredible, you guys. I love that science is getting us now some more time with our loved ones, you know, because sometimes the Alzheimer's hits pretty early. So I am really excited about that. Yeah, Amy. Yeah, I had no idea either. That was this morning's podcast. I listened to Up First. It gives you a whole lot of the headlines, like in a little 10-15 minute bite-sized piece. So I really enjoy that. So I'm not behind on, you know, I use CBS News podcasts and stuff like that, but those take a half hour. So this is when I'm just like in a hurry and I just want the headlines. And they talked about it. So it was really cool. I was really glad to hear that. And then also in news, and I know this probably makes me just really out of touch, you guys, but apparently there's a Twitter replacement called Threads, or at least that people are saying that Threads is going to replace Twitter. I'm going to have to ask my teenager more about this because I didn't know that was a thing. So I'm kind of interested because I never really liked Twitter. So I don't know if maybe this would be something that I could get on board with and plug in all of my social medias into as well. So let me know if you've tried Threads and what you thought of it. And Sushi did barbecue, or going to be doing barbecue on the 14th. Not sure if fireworks are legal. Really? Oh, I didn't know that there were places that didn't allow fireworks. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that is a shame. Like even sparklers too, I would assume. Oh, well, go around them and do things like I'm trying to think. My kid used to draw fireworks when she was real little and didn't like the sounds of it, so she would draw fireworks on paper. And then I know this is going to sound completely stupid and cheesy, but this is our family and we love each other. And so every once in a while, you know, I would just hold up a firework picture and be like, boom, boom, boom. So you can do your own, kind of a little make your own, do it yourself firework that will keep you legal. Amy, you need to start watching the news. Have not heard about Thread either. Thank you. And that's why I like sharing with you guys, because it's like, if these are new to me, maybe some of you won't know, or if you do know, you can give me more info. But yeah, I don't always watch the news because sometimes it'd be kind of depressing, right? So every once in a while I'll stream Good Morning America on, I think it's Hulu, and because we don't have actual cable, we just do streaming. And so I'll do Hulu's Good Morning America every once in a while. Otherwise, I just do podcasts because, like I said, they're bite sized, they're quick and easy, and that's how I get all my information. Amanda, oh, okay. What is it called? Stealing Infinity by Allison Knoll. It's a great book. Okay. I am 100%. I always have a little notepad. All right. So I'm guessing that it was like a 5 star for you and you just really, really enjoyed it, Amanda. Stealing Infinity. I love adding. Now, of course, my husband's like, seriously? Speaking of, stay tuned because one of these breaks that we have from sprints, I'm actually going to flash a picture up. I don't know if you can see it from here right now with the lighting, but over there is that TBR card, the idea I completely stole from Kim on Whimsical Narratives. And if I check off 10 books that I've read, I get to earn a new book, which we do book hauls and stuff ahead of time. And I keep them down below over there on a shelf and I get to pull one out. And that way it keeps my budget friendly and it doesn't overflow my bookshelves. Because if I read 20 every month and review them and get rid of them, then it allows me to have space for 20 more, right? But I also get book boxes in. So this just kind of keeps everything in a checks and balance and not overflowing. And I'm going to have you guys help me pick out the one that I've earned. So stay tuned for that. I am excited. Oh, then yes, sushi do it, especially if your daughter loves to draw it all. It's so fun. Again, it sounds cheesy, but you can put on music. You can do all kinds of things. You can everybody dress up in your colors. And so you've got like for us, it would be red, white, and blue, obviously. So I would dress red, all in red, and my husband would dress all in white. Katie'd be all in blue. And you know what I mean? Just make it your own. Just completely make it super fun and silly and something that your family can do as a new tradition. And yeah, you'd be surprised how some of the simplest, most corny things can just be things you look back on and love. A 6 star, there's not even 6 stars available. And the second book just came out. Oh, that's amazing. This first sprint, I'm going to make sure that I look into that because that sounds incredible, Amanda. And thank you. I love the recommendations. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, my timer went off. I just once again forgot to have it on sound. So I'll make sure to put it on sound in the future. So we're going to do our first roll, guys. And then we will come back and continue our visit. And the first roll is a wine glass, which the wine glass is 60 minutes of writing. That's good. I have a lot of work I need to get done. And I'm sure you guys would love to have 60 minutes to get started on your own productivity and reading that you're doing. So thank you guys. I will see you back in an hour. And we are back, everybody. So, how did everybody do for that hour-long sprint? I love when we get to start off with an hour. It makes me so happy. I get so much done. During that hour, along with getting some writing and work done, I did look up Stealing Infinity that Amanda recommended. Normally, I hate reading synopsises straight from the book. I like to do it in my own words, but this was fantastic. So, on Goodreads, I looked it up. And I have to read this to you real quick because, oh my gosh, I am 100% going to have to get this book. So thank you, Amanda, for bringing it to our lives. It says, these days I've been killing it when it comes to letting people down. Now I've been kicked out of high school, arrested, and accepted into a remote off-the-grid school owned and operated by an inscrutable billionaire tech guru. Grey Wolf Academy is looking for a certain kind of student, ones that nobody will miss, like me. They all say I am a gift, and I have a very rare gift. And Grey Wolf Academy wants me to learn it, to use it, because if what they say is true, I have all the time in the world. And that makes me the most dangerous high school student you'll ever know. So I am definitely going to have to look into this because that sounds fantastic. So I'm going to look at these comments to see how everybody did. Hey, Aquiller's here. Happy afternoon. Got back late from work today. Had a meeting in Manchester, but the hour sprint gave you time to catch up. See, that's what I'm saying. I love when they're an hour long. Well, welcome. Glad you're here to join us. You've heard of Threads, but you use Twitter and have mostly found a kind community out there and not the toxic environment some have found. Oh, well, I'm glad for you. The platform is changing, but for now you're okay with it. Hey, and if it works for you, 100% use it. It's just that and TikTok were kind of going towards toxic whenever I was there. So that's why I've tried to kind of avoid them. And Amy says, does anyone here remember the McDonald's characters? I do. I grew up with them. My daughter was wondering who Grimace was when we went. Oh, had to explain Grimace. And she's still talking about it 2 weeks later. My daughter's laughing because she's like, on the cups and stuff, it has Grimace's picture and it talks about Grimace's birthday. And she's like, he's been having a birthday for like 3 weeks now. This is ridiculous. But yeah, I remember the Hamburglar. I remember all the characters. I even remember when the commercials used to have like the chicken McNuggets and they would like fight over what sauce they were going to dip in and stuff. And then I even told her about a commercial where I'm like, once upon a time, apparently it wasn't creepy back then, but they had a commercial where a little girl's lost in the woods and you have the deer and the birds that are all trying to help her. And then Ronald McDonald comes out and he picks her up and he twirls her around and yay, she's saved. And I'm like, but nowadays we'd be like, okay, you see a clown in the woods, you run the opposite way. You don't go jumping in his arms. So yeah, times be a changing. Amy says, got quite a bit of Now You See Us read. Good. Be finishing up today and then start on my summer ween reads. First up is The Only One Left. Oh, ooh. I did look into it. I did not join it yet. I need to commit one way or the other because of the heat, because of everything just falling apart around here. I'm like, do I really want to do any kind of a readathon whatsoever? But I did look into it. It's just things, the wheels fell off the train a little bit. But how are you liking Now You See Us? I'm curious to see what your star rating on that is. And Annie organized a few things, did a bit of speed cleaning. I'm proud of you, Annie. See? Hey, just a little bit, right? It's a little bit less you have to do later. I'm proud of you guys. Keep it up. Sushi started mastering the art of French murder. Ooh, that sounds good. 10 minutes into the book, daughter woke up and had to take her on a stroll. I'm gonna hopefully say this right. C'est la vie. I hope that's right. I am terrible with languages, but I do love languages. But we'll say c'est la vie. But I think that's fantastic. And time with your kid is never a waste. And out there taking a nice little stroll and a walk is never a waste. And I'm proud of you, Sushi, for knowing when it's time to let go of what our idea of what our day should be and then embrace what is, because that is so hard. It has taken me decades to be able to do that. And I'm still not perfect at it. And Amy, yes, the town we live in had McDonald's character playground. I remember those too. And yeah, the clown. I mean, seriously, it's like times be a Ching. And when I grew up, they even had like a bench that you could sit on outside of the McDonald's, and it would have Ronald McDonald sitting there with his leg crossed and his arms stretched out over the bench, so you could sit down next to him and feel like you're, hugging up to the big famous Ronald McDonald, or get your picture taken with him and stuff. Nowadays, they're all torn down. You don't see them anymore. Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying the book, Amy. Oh, mystery and a little funny, and doing the audio. Sometimes the audios are fantastic. Okay, haven't decided yet where your rating will fall. Okay, well, do let us know whenever you finish that, please, because I am intrigued. That is awesome. And Annie, it's way too hot to do any heavy duty chores, but perfect weather for reading. Yes, absolutely. And again, any little thing you do is better than not anything at all, right? So sometimes when I'm really not motivated and I'm like, I'm not even feeling like doing the Fab Five, I'll get up and I'll be like, set my watch for literally 5 minutes, and I will hit everything that looks the worst. So if it's laundry piled up or needs folded, or a load of dishes, whatever looks the worst or is bugging me the worst, for 5 minutes, I'll do it. And then I tell myself I can sit down and not do anything else the rest of the day because it's too hot or whatever. But what always happens is, of course, you're like, okay, well, the alarm went off, but the dishes aren't quite done. So, you know what I mean? Like, you end up getting a little bit more done. And then again, if you had done nothing, not even those 5 minutes, you wouldn't have had that much done. So it works. It really does. It's almost like you have to trick yourself a little bit. So I would love it if you guys, we got about 4 minutes left before the next sprint. I'd love if you would pick my next book for me, because like I said, I got my 10 check marks. So let's see if I can get this picture up. Can everybody see that really good? Those are my books. Those are what I have to pick from. So please type in there what book you recommend I pull from that shelf and use in my, can pull from whenever I do my TBR games and roles and prompts. I go from the books that I have available, or if I actually draw a name like from my apothecary jar or spin, then I get those in audio. But if I have it physically on my shelf, that's what I have to go to first. So please look through there. I hope you can see them all pretty good. But yeah, we have all kinds of ones that I've heard such good things about. I mean, I love Leia Bardugo. So of course I've got Rule of Wolves there, and Kingsbane, and White Hot Kiss from Armentrout, and Curse of the Dark and Lonely, and just, yeah, all kinds of goodies there. So please take a little looky-loo and let me know what you would recommend that I choose. And while you're looking, I'm going to say, oh my gosh, yes. So I heard on my podcast news, I'm going to have to make sure I pull this. It's Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in New York. Apparently their janitor was cleaning their science department area, and he kept hearing a beeping, and it was really annoying him. So he unplugged the fridge that was making this sound and goes about his, job, planning on coming back and plugging it back in when he's done, just so he's not annoyed. And guess what happens? You guessed it. He forgot to plug it back in. So then when the scientists come back in, apparently it ruined a 20-year experiment that was just flushing $1 million down the tubes in the Center for Biochemical Solar Energy Research. So they were trying to, come up with some new forms of energy and using solar. And then 20 years this experiment's been going on, and now ruined. Oh my gosh, I know. I thought that was insane. I'm like, oh, and I feel for him, because once upon a time I was a janitor at Eastern Illinois University when we lived in Illinois, and I was a janitor there for like 6 years, but never ever would we unplug something. Oh my gosh, that just floored me. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure to share that. And it does look like we've got a couple of people that say Rule of Wolves sounds fun. I know, I do love Mia Leia Bardugo. Oh, and then A Curse So Dark and Lonely is highly recommended by Amanda. So let me know. We need a tiebreaker, guys. We got to vote for one of each. Yeah, Amy, can you believe that? I mean, he obviously got fired. And from what I heard last, they're suing the company that he works for and cleans for because they're like, you should have trained him better not to do that. And yes, some kind of backup power supply, right? Oh my gosh. I was floored. I'd hate to be that guy too, Amy. Oh my gosh. Oh, see, exactly. Or like the ref who flips and makes a bad call on the coin, and what if it was heads or tails before Super Bowl? You always hate to be those people, right? And Amy's drawn to luck. So now I've got to vote for three different books. You guys are supposed to help me. Yeah, thank you. I'm like a 20-year experiment. You would think, right? Like, come on, millions of dollars. And who knows, maybe this would have been what we needed to have solar power energy. Oh, that's so frustrating. Oh, Curse So Dark and Lonely or Lightbringer. Well, thank you, Aquila. I'm going to use that as my tiebreaker. I am going to choose A Curse So Dark and Lonely then as my read, or it goes on my TBR shelf to pull from whenever I do prompts. So thank you guys. That was fun. I'm going to make sure to keep doing that. Every time I read 10 books, I'll have you guys help me pick if you don't mind, just because you guys have read so many books too. These are obviously ones I've not read before. So that was the alarm. As much as I love hanging out with you guys and chatting, we're going to go ahead and do our next roll because we're here for sprints, people. And it says it's a cookie. All right. And I forgot, of course, to put that up at the top there so you guys could see it. So I'm going to scroll back up there, and a cookie was 45 minutes of writing. So I get to do some more work. Good. I need to be productive. So you guys enjoy your 45-minute sprint. Happy reading and productivity. And I will see you back soon. And we're back. So, how did everybody do on that 45-minute sprint? What did you get done? What did you read? Feel free to share. I ended up getting some breakfast, which is exciting. I needed my breakfast. And actually, I got to enjoy kind of walking my daughter through the steps of cooking her own grilled cheese sandwich on the stove. It can be intimidating because we have a gas stove, so there's open flame and stuff. And I get that, but at 13, she's getting close to flying out of the nest. And so I want to make sure she's prepared. And every summer since she turned, I think it was 10 or 11, I do 100 days of learning and 100 days of summer. And it's just teaching the basics, how to go car shopping, how to look for a budget, how to make a budget and stick to it, cooking, shopping, all the things, obviously cleaning and stuff like that. So and basic first aid. This was her first time this summer going into the cooking cycle of things. And so she ended up being just perfect. She did just perfect. And she was just so excited afterwards and, eating the sandwich. And of course, it tastes better when you do it, right? So anyway, that's what we did for our 45-minute break, along with my husband's going for his master's class, and I'm the one that's known for organization in the family. As you know, my daughter has ADHD, just diagnosed, and my husband apparently is where she got it from. And so I'm the one that kind of organizes his master classes and assignments so I can break it down by day so that he doesn't get overwhelmed by the weekend and instead gets to use the weekend as a rest. So he always has me kind of go through his classes and organize that. So that's what I did. Before, right as we were leaving for break, Amy said the alarm beeped when we were talking about the fridge. So yeah, that might have been kind of what he kept hearing, right? Like, I get that would be annoying, but at least for us, whenever I was a janitor, we got to just listen to earbuds, pop in our earbuds and listen to podcasts or audiobooks or music or whatever we wanted and just bebop along and clean. So I don't know why he didn't just do that and turn up the volume. Maybe they don't allow it there. Hello, Rachel. Read 31 pages of This Summer Secrets by Emily Barr. How are you liking it? Sounds really good, especially like as a summer read. Amy said, have about an hour left in your book. Oh, you're probably going to finish it then on our sprints today if you can stick around the whole time. That's exciting. Quiller said, started reading Amari and the Night Brothers. Ooh, and how's that? That's on my list. So if I ever spin the little dial and it hit the number that's on there, I would, be able to read that as well. So that's cool. And Annie read 36 pages of Devil's Knot. Oh, you guys are reading such really good stuff. Now, talking about Devil's Knot made me think of horror. And it may not be horror, but it sounds like it would be like a horror novel. And it reminded me that we're going to be watching Insidious this weekend. So I am terrified. I am literally going to have to bring a blanket with me because I always hold up my blanket to my mouth because Katie says the thing that scares her isn't even the show. It's when I scream at the show out loud because it brings it right there in the house with her. And so both she and my husband said that the rule is I have to cover my mouth when we're watching horror movies. So I scream into a blanket. So I'm gonna have to bring that in the theater with me. And I'm excited because the theater means air conditioning and cooler temperatures, but it's going to be freaky. And we've watched the first, I guess, 4 Insidious movies that have been out, even though they're weird chronologically, the order they go in. And so my husband had to Google that so we would understand what was happening. And so I'm scared, you guys. I am so scared. The preview makes me scream. So I think this is going to be interesting. Rachel, you're going to see it too. We'll have to compare notes next Friday when we meet up at 9 a.m. Eastern. A little selfish plug there. You'll have to let me know what you thought of it as well. And without spoilers, I'm a spoiler-free channel. But yeah, oh my gosh. Good luck to you too. I bet you have a higher tolerance for horror than I do. Oh, it's going to be so scary. Speaking of movies, though, last weekend we went and saw Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, and it was cute. Now, when you go into it, do not expect it to be the kind of blockbustery stuff that I guess we've come to know with our Marvel movies and stuff. Don't expect something like that. It's very Oh, I'm trying to think of the word. Not tongue in cheek, but it's got that kind of the same kind of humor as the previous Indiana Joneses. So I would highly recommend you watch one of them. I mean, there's like three or four. So watch one of those so you can kind of understand the slow progress of the movie and the feel overall for it, where there's some cheesy, but also some fun and adventure, and really get into the mode because that is what you're going to see on the screen. And anymore, we expect movies to just come on, something needs to explode every 35 seconds. And that's not the case with this movie. It has the exact feel of the Indiana Jones franchise. So kind of prepare yourselves for that so you're not disappointed by the slow progression. But I thought it was worth seeing. I enjoyed it and we all had a really good time. So I recommend seeing it. Aw, yeah, enjoying it so far. Felt like a children's book kind of day. You know what? Nothing wrong with that at all. I write for middle school level, so like I totally love going into kids and kids books and stuff. I completely understand Aquiller. Also, what else did I want to do to tell you about? Oh, there was a book since we talked about Amanda's book last time and I added it to my TBR. I listen to podcasts, of course, about books as well, hence the channel, right? It's called My Lady's Choosing by Kitty Curran and Larissa Zagreus. Apparently, it's kind of like once upon a time there were these novels called Choose Your Own Adventure novels. I don't know if any of you remember that, if I'm dating myself here. And I loved them because I got to determine how the book was going to end, right? Did I survive? Did I die and try again? Like it was just really, really fun. Well, with My Lady's Choosing, apparently it's an interactive romance novel. And so depending on the path you choose, you could have just a straight straight romance, or they can go into the supernatural. Apparently there's like options to be, a werewolf, or you get attacked by a vampire, or like all kinds of things like that they were talking about. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I am there. So I am going to have to completely check that out. And I hope somebody else will do it too. And that way we can compare notes. We've got about 3 minutes left, it looks like, before our next sprint. Amy, you remember those novels? Thank you. They were so fun. I loved it. It felt like it was limitless, that you could totally have the adventure go completely wrong or it could go completely right. And it was just so exciting. But I've never seen one with romance. I've only ever seen them with I think there was a lot of science fiction ones and supernatural. So that's kind of intriguing to me. So I'm going to have to check that one out as soon as I can. So, but how about the rest of you guys? Do you have fun weekend plans? Seeing some movies? Are you gonna, go out and just avoid the heat as much as possible? Ah, so Amanda, you remember those too? Yes, exactly. They were so fun. Thank you, Aquiller. Yes, exactly. So I'm excited, you guys, and I'm gonna have to definitely try this out because I've not had one recently. So we will see how that goes. There's our alarm. So this time I'm gonna make sure I scroll to the top and put that up there for you right away. And we do our roll for our third sprint and we got a peppermint, which is 45 minutes of reading. I finally get to read. Hallelujah. I'm going to be reading Silver in the Bone for my book club. So that's what I'm going to be doing on this sprint, this 45-minute sprint. Happy reading. Happy productivity, everybody. Okie dokie Stevie says hi. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. Oops, wrong one. And we're back. How did everybody do on that sprint? I hope you guys are getting through your day and or wrapping up your day and getting everything done you wanted. I have, like, whenever I do my TBR games that you guys see on the videos, I calculate all the pages and divide it by the days that I need to, usually 27 or 28, that I need to have everything read by so I can record the review video. And then I break it down each book, how many pages I need to read each day. And so I got 20 pages in Silver in the Bone, so that I'm good to go with posting the first 12 chapters in my Instagram account, ABC's Book Club. It's cute, you guys. Oh my gosh, it had me on the edge of my seat by the end of chapter 12. You're like, oh my gosh. It's horrifying, but it's got the feels of like King Arthur. It's got some references to that, and Lancelot and stuff. So it's cute though. It's really, really cute. I like it. And then I did 20 pages of Ravel, which gives me feels of like oh, what is it called? Oh, come on, it has Ewan McGregor in it. Oh, why am I blanking on this? Moulin Rouge. Okay. It gives me feels of Moulin Rouge meets circus kind of a deal. And it's cute. It's also one that I'm really enjoying. So those were the two that I got done on that sprint. And oh, Amy's here. Hello, Amy. It's okay that you miss the sprints. We're chill. You come as you want, you leave as you want. It's no big deal. I am excited though, because next Friday, Amy and I are going to a book signing by Colleen Coble. So I am excited. I'm currently reading that one as well, so that when I ask the author to sign it, I can be honest about having read at least one of her books. But I think it's going to be a good time. I can't wait. And Aquila got halfway through Amari. Nice. I've always enjoyed middle school books. And as I work with children, it helps me to connect with them reading the same things they do. Exactly. Exactly. You get it. And no wonder why you also loved the Choose Your Own Adventure books. Those were set for kids. So that's perfect. And Amy finished your book. Okay. Oh no, only about a 2.75, 3-star. You liked it, but didn't quite in the way that you thought. It's worth the read though. So, okay, guys, Amy says it's worth the read. I hate whenever the ending ruins it. And that's happened a couple times. Like the Tale of the Last Flower Bride, loved it. Beautiful writing all the way through. And then the ending felt like it was written by somebody else entirely. It just didn't have the same feel to it at all. And it just kind of dropped it several stars for me because I was so disappointed in the ending. So I'm sorry that turned out that way for you. 40 MH, hello and welcome. Got to 42% of the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. I actually really loved that one. Listen to the audiobook while diamond painting. Oh, that's right. You've got those like cool, they have like coasters and things like that for those diamond paintings. She put a picture up on Kim's Patreon group and it looks really cool. I don't know I can do that just because there are kittens running amok. I just have a funny feeling I would get started on it and Stevie would just come flying out of nowhere, this big ball of fur landing directly on top of those little pieces that go everywhere. And I don't have enough energy for that kind of drama. Amy, really want to find some author events and go to a book signing. Well, hey, I think it's open to the public. So Google the Colleen Coble book signing. And, even if she's not an author up your alley, I'd love to see you there. And then you can meet my really cool friend, Amy. But yeah, and I'd love to meet you in person. So Google it. And if you're anywhere nearby, feel free to go. I want to say it was like $5 just to kind of reserve your spot, and just kind of helps to pay for the gas for the author to come out. So it was very cost effective. So definitely check into that. And then that ending was weird. Got a little lost with the end of that book as well. No. Yeah, see, I'm not alone. It didn't feel like the rest of the book, right? I mean, you're just sitting there going, really? This is how you want to wrap it up? Okay. And Annie read 29 pages, only 35 to finish this next sprint. I expect you to finish it, Annie. Now, obviously, there's no punishment if you don't, but we're hoping that you will finish it and then give us a star rating, please. And then Amy, want to read the Southern Book Club's guide? Yes. Oh my gosh. Grady Hendrix does such really funny, wonderful books, right? I read this one, and again, I don't really like horror, and the cover of it looked so weird with like peaches on it and stuff. And I'm like, what is going on here? Oh my gosh, it was so good. The ladies are fantastic. You love their relationship. There's snark in there. I always love when characters have snark. And then obviously you've got vampire, and oh my gosh, it is just so good. I could totally see our small town handling this vampire coming into town like these ladies did, and it just cracked me up. I highly recommend it. 7 hours long drive. Well, the event is, like I said, next Friday, the 14th. I want to say it was at like 4 p.m. or something, but no, I totally get it. I don't know why I'd want to drive 7 or 8 hours for that either. But I know there's also a lot of a Polycon and things like that where they have lots of authors, the more famous ones too, like Jennifer Armentrout and stuff goes to those. I just haven't been able to book anything because the tickets are so expensive. I wanted to say it was something like, when I looked at it, because of course I wouldn't go by myself, I would bring my husband and my kid. And I want to say it was like $300+. So it was like, we just plus gas to get there and stuff, hotel. I mean, that's really expensive for our budget right now. And we got about 3 minutes left, by the way, before our last sprint. So let me know how you're doing. Oh, I'm glad it's on yours too, Aquiller, because yes, like I said, highly recommend it. And in fact, one of the subscribers that we all hang out with on my channel, she actually said, hey, have you ever thought about giving us a tour of your 5 stars that are on your shelf since you only keep 5 stars? And I thought that was kind of a cool idea. So sometime when it's not, 75, 80 degrees in our house, I will do that video and kind of share with you guys, because I think that would be kind of fun. So we could all do that. And you're loving the book club's guide so far. The snarkiness, see, I told you guys, the snarkiness is fantastic. And the mother of the 2 kids, oh my gosh, I would totally be her. The way she handles things, that's completely me. It is really cute. I love it. So we've only got about 4 minutes left, but I wanted to share a little box opening with you guys. I didn't know this was a thing, but apparently you can get super cheap books. Like here we go to Half Price Book Club, or book clubs, Half Price Bookstore. And that's where we can get, really good discounts on books and things. Now, sometimes the stuff's full price, so beware, but there's a lot of things you can get for like $3, $5, or less, even $1. And I didn't know there was an app and website called Pango Books, Pango, until Kim was talking about it on one of her spreads. And so I got a couple of her nice cheap books. And so her box actually came in today, and she packed it really, really well. So I just wanted to share and see if any of you guys have heard of these books or read these books and what you thought of them, because this just looked so cute. I thought that would be wonderful come fall. It just looks so pretty. So like for most of these, I have no clue what they even are. I read a brief description and then they just looked really, really cool. So got that one. This one, I just love the cover. And I like a good Snow White retelling. And this one just looks so intriguing to me. Look at that. Oh my gosh. And I believe this is the author that also does Uglies and Pretties and that whole series. And I read Uglies and really enjoyed it. So I've got high expectations for that. And again, I love Leah Bardugo. I didn't know she did a Wonder Woman book. I thought that was so cool. So I absolutely had to grab that. And then one last book. And again, the cover just completely grabbed me. I just think that looks absolutely beautiful. So let me know if you've heard of any of these books. because like I said, until she had them up trying to clear her bookshelves, I'm like, you know what? It helps a friend out, giving her money that she needs. And it gives me the kind of half price book price for books that I love. And they just really look nice to me. Oh, Amanda, so you know Pango Books. Okay. Like I said, it was brand new for me, but there's an app also. And so I downloaded that app on the Google Play Store. And yeah, I'm just so excited. I try not to get on it too much because that's what I need is my husband to be like, thanks, honey. Oh, there's lots of book festivals in the UK. Nice. Like to go whenever you can. Going to the Edinburgh Book Festival in August with a lot of great authors. I'm so jealous. Oh. And even if we could afford a ticket over to the UK to try to go to something like that, being our first time in Europe, we probably wouldn't go to a book signing as much as I love them and book festival. We'd want to actually travel and see England and kind of just go around and see everything. I think I'll find several near me since I'm not far from Knoxville. Okay, just need to find one. And then I think I will find more and more. I think so too, Amy. I think as you go, you'll meet other people that are there that are like, oh, well, you should go to such and such book signing or festival. And they give you more and more information. And a lot of times these events will have pamphlets that talk about other ones. So let us know, though, please. Like, this community loves books, obviously. So let us know what you find out, and I'll do the same for sure. Have to check out Pango. I thought I heard they went out of business. Apparently not, because yeah, I downloaded the app and I ordered the books, and Kim got I guess, the address label printout that she was to put on the box. And yeah, it was as simple as that. And she was super fast because I think MH was there for those Patreon sprints. It was only like, what, Sunday maybe? So in Monday, Tuesday was a holiday, even Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So yeah, like 3 days later, I got the books. So I guess it depends on the seller, I'm sure, but Kim is super fast if you go on Whimsical Narratives on Pango and get her books. Well, guys, that was the alarm. It is the final sprint. I had fun this morning. I kind of don't want it to end. So I do the roll, and it looks like it's a cookie again. So that's 45 minutes of writing for me and whatever for you guys to enjoy. Happy reading, happy productivity, and I will see you guys back in a bit. Okay, so I think something happened with my timer because I looked up and at one point it was stuck. Like I had looked up and it was 16 minutes counting down. I look up again and it was like several minutes later and it was 15 minutes and like 58 seconds. And I'm like, there's no way that was just 2 seconds. So I apologize. Apparently, I've got some issues going on with my Wi Fi and it made it lag. But when I went back and looked, it's been well over the 45 minutes. So I hope I'm not having anybody missing out on saying our goodbyes before we end today. If so, I apologize. Technology. This is why my husband has a job in IT, right? But how did everybody do? I got several items done, organized, to do list, all the good things, put away my books that we unboxed together down below, and got them all ready to be earning in the future, which is exciting. And it looks like we had someone new show up. Hello, Mari. Happy to host. I do this every Friday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Air of Fire. I love Sarah J. Mass, and the Throne of Glass series is my favorite. What are you thinking so far? What's been your favorite one of hers so far? But yeah, it's so funny. I mean, technology, man. But yeah, for the rest of the day, I think we're probably just going to relax as a family. And when my husband gets home from work, we'll, go out and we're actually meeting up with some friends of ours and we're going to do a bunch of board games and just have a good time. And we told them we love hanging out with you guys. I swear we're not stealing you for or being with you to steal your AC. But it will be a whole lot cooler in their house than it is ours. But it's nice to also be with friends, and I look forward to that. And these are the ones that are so good with all the different board games and things. And so for my husband's birthday, we got him a card game titled Poop because he thinks, poop and fart jokes are hilarious. So we got in this card game and they said, make sure you bring that with you. And so we're going to play that along with games they have. And then we also got a new game called Plunder, which is like piratey meets Risk. And so that's a lot of fun. And we'll probably bring that to play as well. And it looks like MH made it to 54%. Woohoo! I'm so glad you're liking it. Oh, I cannot wait. There's parts I cannot wait for you to get to. You need to make sure in the Discord to chat about it because I don't do spoilers here, but oh my gosh, I have things I want to ask you about and talk to you about when you get to certain points in that book. Amy read a couple chapters in your physical book. You shouldn't have come here. Oh, that sounds ominous. Hmm. Going to work for a few hours and then doing laundry. I know, we got to do the adulting thing, right? It's always a bummer, but I appreciate it paying the bills. But thank you guys for being here. I so enjoyed getting to hang out with you, and I hope you guys got everything done you were wanting to get done. Oh, I will attempt because when I wrap up here and click end broadcast, StreamYard takes a little bit to completely record and get it packaged, and then it can go up on the channel. When it goes up on there, I'll make sure to link Discord below on it. But if you also go to my July TBR game, my Discord link is also in there. So feel free to hop on and click and join. And it's very casual. I think there's only like 5 of us there right now. So but it's very much a just have a good time. Do make sure you introduce yourself and do make sure that you go to the birthday area and post your Amazon link if you would like to be surprised on your birthday by a gift. I'm not promising it'll happen every year, but it's allowing us to kind of, just share in this community and surprise each other with something from the Amazon list. And so make sure you check that out. Yay, Annie finished her book. How did you like it? Was the ending satisfactory? That's what I want to know because as we were talking earlier, sometimes those endings just really make it horrible and they almost ruin the book for us. But yeah, I have ABC Book Club. So if you want to join anytime, we're doing Silver in the Bone this month. So far, I want to say the lowest rating that we've done this year is a 4-star. But what I do is I basically make a list of like 5 or 6 books that I would really love to get off my shelves and read. And you guys vote. And then whoever gets the most votes, that's the book that we do for that month. And it's a lot of fun. Aw, thank you. I do not have a PO box. However, whenever you're doing it, the Amazon wish list, I thought there was a way to send it that was like private, if you will. So Amazon knows our address, but you would send it through Amazon and they would get it to us. But I'll double check on that because that's a good point, Amanda. And I'm not sure. That's a very good point. But I can post in there where my husband works. And a lot of times, like whenever I send you guys the bookmarks for our readathon in February that we do, or if I send you guys a package because you won in the drawings that we do, that return address is actually where my husband works. And that way he can pick up the package because he works, there every day and bring it home. And it doesn't disclose exactly where we live because you never know with some of the people out there. I trust you guys, but when it's out there for anybody to see. So if nothing else, I will for sure have that address on there, but you don't have to do any of that. I appreciate that, Amanda. That's really sweet. But yeah, I just put it on there because I love gift giving. That's my love language. So and I actually did. I shared my wish list. I went on Amazon and you click on your name, and down below it talks about your lists. And when you click on your list, it gives you your wish list that's public. It has to be made public. And there's like little dots on the right you can click on, and it will allow you to choose view or view and edit for people. I choose just view. And then you can click on that and copy the link. And that's what I did. So in the Discord, that's the link that's on there, is so you can see my wish list. And yeah, I hope that you guys do the same because like I said, I'd love to be able to surprise you guys too. You ended up giving it 3.5 stars, Annie, nonfiction, but we'll say the ending was satisfactory. And that really, for me anyway, makes all the difference. I could be ho-hum about a book, but if they really wrap it up beautifully, it almost always bumps it up a star, or at least I say it wasn't really for me, but I highly recommend it and I will push it out there more for sure. Well, thank you guys. I always hate wrapping up, but there's, adulting to do. So you guys take care. I have a little image I'm going to end here on because, I'm trying to jazz it up around here. So oh, okay. Amanda's not familiar with Discord. Put wish list in one of these. I can certainly try that. Like I said, I wanted to put the Discord link on this video, so I will attempt to do that as well. And yes, everybody have a good week. Thank you, Aquiller. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time.